All right, probably had no audio for the last minute. Welcome to my stream. I am going to be building the Tamiya MB-01, what am I saying? MB-01 Alfa Romeo kit. How's everybody doing? Happy Sunday. Let me see if I can pull up the chat screen here so I don't miss anything. I lost the chat thing. Let's see. Yeah, of course, when you need it, it's not here. And I don't know how to add it. Okay, I'm just going to pull it up on the live stream over here. I will continue to find it. Hey, how's it going, Dangerous Fat? Hey, thanks for thanks for coming over. Appreciate it. All right, M is for the mini chassis. So Tamiya has the TT02s and the standard 257 wheelbase, and then they have the M chassis, which everything is a little bit smaller. I believe it's like 251. I think there's three different M wheelbases, and they're all a lot shorter than 251. And the B, you know what? I don't know. It's probably just a new designation for this particular type of chassis, where you can switch front wheel drive, front motor, front wheel drive, and mid motor, rear wheel drive. So those are the two configurations for this particular kit. All right, so I'm going to try keeping looking over there. Multi-build. I don't know what that means. I'm only going to be building this kit today. Hopefully I can finish it maybe in 3.5 hours. That's how long it took last time to build the TT02. I'm pretty familiar with that kit, so I hope this... actually, you know what? I built the BT-01. It's exactly the same thing. It's just a shorter wheelbase. Yeah, so it is still 10th scale. It's just a shorter wheelbase. You got that. Okay, let me answer your question. So, the three wheelbases lengths are let's see if you can see this. 210, 225, and 239, as opposed to the 257 and the standard TT02. Well, there are many ways to build the MB, right? I'm going to build it according to the manual. I'm going to be building it in the middle wheelbase, so it's going to be the, what did I say? 225. And this is a mid-motor rear-wheel drive. So I'm only going to be building this today. Maybe in a separate stream or a separate video, I'll show how to, convert one to another. That'll be interesting. Next week, I want to, if I can't find another kit, I'm trying to buy the F104 kit, the Formula 1 chassis. And I really want to buy that, not because I really want to build it, but because I want the body kit. I want the body to go with it, because there's a new F1 chassis coming out. It's a racing variant, and I want to buy that, and I want to put the Tamiya body on it. But they're all sold out everywhere. So I might buy the older Formula 1 kit just for the body, and I'll still build it on stream. So we'll see what happens. All right, let's get started. I am going to be using some ball bearings. I dug them out of my stash yesterday. I happen to have all of them that we need. If you're curious, I think I'm going to have to leave the information in the description after the stream, because I can't remember off the top of my head what they were. All right. I'm a little bit more organized today. Yeah, you know what? That kit is on my radar, but I know you guys love 6x6. It's kind of one of those specialty kits. Kind of like a oddball kind of kit that you know, once you buy it, that's it. There's nothing else. There's not much hop-ups or anything to go with it. And you know I love hop-ups. So it looks like I'm gonna need these. And I think these are gonna be spare. So let's leave those there. Need the motor plate pretty soon. All right, so let's start right here. We need the A2 piece. This is B. Which one is the A tree? I should have looked. Let's see, which one is the A tree? There's not that many trees. They're just, the trees are black and I can hardly see the letters. So it's the one with the uprights. So is this right here? It should be this piece right there. My only real issue with it is there's no mount. Steering servo is double-sided. Really? That's odd. Doesn't sound very stable. I'm not a fan of this chassis because of the wobbly servo. You'll see what I mean. I think you'll be able to see what I mean when we're done. At least in the BT-07, it's really wobbly. You can really see it. I think I have a short on my Instagram or YouTube as well. And that shows just how wobbly it is. So if you don't have bearings, you'd be using these white bushings. But I do have bearings, so I'm going to be using that. And I do have two different kinds. I'll try to use the same ones. I have the shielded ones and I have the rubber sealed ones. So that's that. I'm going to use a little bit of bearing oil, just like I did last week. I bought this set, I might as well use it. I like the applicator. That's really bizarre that it says double-sided tape. That's weird. That's really weird. Yeah, that makes me that makes me not want to get it even more. I had my eye on it for a while, you know, because it's like a kind of a novelty. But then I realized nobody wants to watch the novelty kits. I can build a TT-02 every single weekend, and I will have people watching. So I don't want to stray too far, but I do know that the new Formula One kit is quite popular, according to the two hobby shops that are going to carry it. They are both just waiting for it to come out because everybody wants one. They don't even take pre-orders because just in case they can't get enough to for everybody. So how does this go? So this goes here. There's 4 screw holes here. Something like this. I think it's this way. Yep. Okay. So 4 screws. MA2 is going to be these silver. Probably these ones right here. Yeah, I think it's going to be these ones. You rather watch the weird stuff, yeah. Well, to each his own. Last week I used the screwdriver, and it took 3.5 hours. So today I'm going to be using my electric, And I do have a JIS bit here, in case you're curious. This is the same as that Tamiya screwdriver. I think it's very worthwhile to have a set of JIS bits. Just like I asked a question in the Discord chat before, should I get it before I need it, or do I just want it because it's on sale? This particular, the bit itself I got, it's one of those things I got before I knew I was going to need it, so I bought it. This is many years ago already. When I started building Tamiya kits, somebody brought to my attention that these screws are not Phillips head, they're JIS. So shortly after that I bought this, which is great. And then I also found the bits, which makes life a little bit easier. I think you need both, just like what I'm doing right now. Easier to torque it down. Just start with this, and then kind of fine tune it with this, kind of the last quarter turn. So let's see, we're over here now. We need this piece right here, and we need a pin. And I believe that is this piece right here. And I just realized I forgot to get something. I think I can live without it. This symbol is rubber cement right there. It's like a little tube of something. That's rubber cement. And I don't have any out. Well, maybe I can grab it. That's one thing I didn't realize I would need. So let's just use that E6000. Might have an old one somewhere. I was here right all along. Okay, let's use this. And there's 2 size pins, so let's make sure we use the correct one. That actually happened to me once where I was trying to use one pin to do something. I think it was 2 threaded through the Diff, and I just couldn't do it. And then I realized it was the wrong pin. Let's see. I really wish they'd switch to hex. I bought a Tamiya screw kit by Tito to R build and still had to. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised the R isn't hex either. I think all of the variants, all of the R's, SR's should be hex. I mean, it is 2025. But then, if you think about it, the the TTO2 is supposed to be, you know, beginner friendly. Let's see. I'm gonna sacrifice this. All right. And then let's grab a pin, and that pin is going to be MA9. It's going to be the larger of the 2 pins. Let's see if it's this one. Nope. I apologize for my chair. I have tried many times to put oil in it. I just can't find the spot where it is squeaking from, and I believe these are the correct pins, so I needed this bag after all. Okay, so here's one. Yeah, for sure, hex definitely feels better. Okay, so we need the shaft right here, and we're going to thread through the spur gear, which I have right here. So it's going to be here like that, with this threaded through like this. Then we're going to drop the pin in here. Yep. Well, that's why they want you to put a little bit of rubber cement. There we go. Wow, that's a lot. Alrighty. And then we're just going to make sure that goes through there so that the pin goes into that groove. Alright, and then on this side is going to be locked in. Is this correct? Yeah, it's going to be locked in with the pin. And how's that going to work? Oh, like this. Okay. Well, I'm going to put the little collar here first. So that collar is going to be C1. And that should be this right here, I believe. That. Internet says that the B in MB stands for beginner. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, this is... I mean, the BT-01, it wasn't that easy to build. Especially this thing I'm about to do right here. This little collar that I need to put on here is not that easy to get on. And it's not super clear. So the pin should be going up and down, I believe. Yeah, pin should be going up and down, and then this goes on. It doesn't really say if you want it to go this way or stretch it open. Well, it says pull C1 apart, so let's do that. I don't remember what I did when I built the BT-01. So let's just try this method. Yeah, this is basically to keep the pin from falling off. I don't think this is very good design, if you ask me. Like I said, I mean, a beginner would be struggling with this, I believe. Yeah, I can take this out. I kind of cheat a little bit. Let's see, where is it supposed to land? Okay. I don't think that's correct. Okay, so these little teeth should be going into those openings, I believe. Let's try that again. Okay, so that time I got it in there. Should be like this. Alright, so that's there, and then this is going to be here, and then you line up that hole in this shaft with the little gap that's right there in the spur gear, and then you just thread that pin through, and again, make sure you have the right pin. Put a little bit of rubber cement here. For the best. I am not feeling like this is correct. Why is that? Why do I not feel like this is right? Let's see if I'm missing anything. So the pin is on. And was there another shaft? Yes, but it's not this one. So, I mean, it just has a lot of play. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be that way. I don't remember. we'll just move on and see what happens. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Building this Tamiya MB-06 Alfa Romeo kit. I should be able to finish it on stream today. Oops. I should be able to finish it. Actually, let me double check. So this is MA10. Actually, see, that's probably where I made the mistake last time. This is the MA10 pin. This is supposed to be the smaller pin. I was wondering why this was sticking out so far. So let me put that one there. And put some. That was just my own weird kind of suspicion that it wasn't correct. Let's try that. I still don't think it's correct, but we'll see. Is this supposed to go further through, maybe? Is this pin supposed to go further in? All right, let me yank this out because I want to see something. And this is why the streams sometimes go long. Let's see. It wants me to push this all the way through so that the pin and this is 9. So this is the correct one. This is very strange. Let me take this apart. I probably had the same problem the first time around when I built the BT-01. Remember, it was kind of weird. Let me pull this off. Let me pull this off. And let me see if I can get this. I can get it all the way through. Let's see if I can. Okay, so that's where it's supposed to be. So it's supposed to go that far. Okay, there we go. All right, let's do that again. So that's in there. And there's somebody outside my window crying. A child, not an adult. I hope he or she's okay. And we'll stop shortly. Again, this is not Tamiya's best work here. Either that or I'm just bad at this, one or the other. Work with this beast, doesn't have a beginner. I bet it's something. I'm gonna turn on the fan here that's directed at me. Let me know if there's like a buzzing sound or anything. I'll turn it off if I need to. Okay, I think, no, still, okay. There we go. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay, that's locked all the way in. I don't see how this was different from when I had it before. Phew, but let's see. And this is a lot tighter. But it's so tight that I can't see the hole now. I guess I can't. It's just really, really. Yeah, there's no way the B stands for beginner. Yeah, that's not possible. That would be tragic if the whole stream is held up by just one little pin here. Oh, brother. How tight is this supposed to be? Am I doing something wrong? This is the only shaft. I can see, I'd say like 80% of the hole. Let me try pressing it down. Oh my God. I don't remember having this trouble with the, okay, let me look at this again. So this diagram says the pin needs to go all the way through, and I feel like this is correct now. It was not correct before, and I don't see another shaft, so this has to be it. Yeah, has to be it. Are the ends different? No, the ends look the same. Okay, I guess we'll just keep trying. So if this were to go in properly, it'd just be pretty simple. It'll just be this. It'll just be that. But it should look like this. Do you think maybe I need to start with this end first? I guess it's worth a try. B equals brother. I bet it is something in Japanese that relates it being a pita. What is pita in Japanese? I don't know. If anybody's already built this kit, please jump in and help me out here. You have any other suggestions? But right now I'm going to try to start at the other end and see if that helps. See, both ends are the same. So I'm going to start at this end with this pin seated like that. Then I'm going to thread this through. Ah, maybe, look, a lot easier. And then this. And then this. Yeah, it's easy this way. See, that's my bad. I made that mistake. That's my fault. I should have foreseen that. Let's see. This goes. Where does this go? Yeah, almost. Pain in the arse. I agree with you. Well, I got it. It's not a great design, if you ask me. Let's move on. All right, that took 30 minutes, so I'm a little bit behind. This is going to be a long stream. All right, here we go. That should have taken 10 minutes, but my fault. So let's grab this motor. A little bit disappointed it came with that tin can motor rather than a, you know, a torque tuned or, you know, anything else. It's like, this is like, I feel like this is like a beta chassis. Like, hey, let's throw this out there and see if anybody buys this. See if anybody likes it. And then we'll decide if we want to make more. That's what it feels like. It just doesn't feel polished, you know what I mean? Doesn't feel like it's ready to go. So this is probably a 29, okay. So 29, the hole for 29 is that one right there. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's that one. And the screw is going to be these dark ones. Have you guys built any kit lately? Any kits? Doesn't matter if it's Tamiya or not. Let me know what you guys are building. And where are you guys watching from? That's always interesting to me. I know from our RC World Discord server, we have, I would say, almost like a 50-50 between the United States and, I don't want to say only Netherlands, but there is a lot of people from Netherlands on that particular Discord server. That's probably one of the most popular RC Discord servers. It's called RC World. I'm on there in the LAN lobby most of the time during the day. But if you want your questions answered, quite a few knowledgeable people in there. Alright, so that's 29. Let me drop this in there. Alright. Where's the hole and where's the flat spot? Let's see. So there's a gap here for the grub screw. And that is the flat part right there. And the hole is here. And this is the grub screw. And I have it ready. Happens when they try something new instead of ranging 20 for the umpteenth time. Yeah. What are they going to do next? The TTO2 SRXX? Maybe they should come up with the new TTO1. Not a new one, but like, you know what, a variant of the TTO1 instead of just the E. I don't like the TTO1 for several reasons compared to the TTO2. TTO2 is much easier to build by far. I can't see the Okay, we're done. There we are. Let's see, we got the two screws on, motor plate, motor, put the pinion on, put the set screw in, and that diagram should have already told me that it's those two holes. Didn't have to read it. Let's put the cover on. Hey, Texas. Right. Dallas, Fort Worth. Nice. Has it rained today? In Dallas. I hear it rains kind of just any time of the day, randomly, and then it stops and it's a beautiful day again. Is my most recent build, and I am also, wow, we have a lot of Texas folks here. That's great. I'm in Southern California, Plano, Texas. Okay, I've never been to Plano. I've never been to Dallas, Fort Worth either. I've been to Houston. I lived in Houston for a year a long time ago. Does not rain today. MF-01X was another interesting Tamiya chassis. Okay, this is because the fan's on. I can't quite remember if I liked it or not, but I do remember that the shaft on the outside, the drivetrain shaft that goes from front to back, was kind of tricky. I remember I built it on a video, and then I remember I had to make a correction, a shorts for a correction on how to put it in there. It's kind of difficult. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the Ford Escort chassis. Oops. We're outside of Dallas and we get like no rain here. Before that's cool. Chassis are not my favorite. Yeah, exactly. They're always. They're. Yeah, I don't think the BT-01's gonna catch on. To be honest, I think they try to do too much in one chassis. I think they got a little too cute with it. Oh, you can change the wheelbase. You can change the motor configuration. I think they just did too much. So MA3 is going to be these dark ones. Unpopular opinion. Tamiya built something that was not great. Don't say that too loud in front of the Tamiya crowd. You might get rounded up. Blasphemy. Erase it. Alright, here we go. I see that sticker here, the caution sticker. I love putting these on because it makes it look so official. Let me see if I can grab it. Let me see if I can tilt this up. Somewhere today. Somewhere. There is a pretty big race today down here in Southern California in Orange County, and at first I really wanted to go, but then it's not very far. I really can't say it was far or anything like that. I think what it is I didn't want to socialize. I think at the end of the day that was the reason. I really didn't want to go there and hold the camera. Oops, did I put it on the wrong side? No, I put it on the wrong side. Anyway, doesn't matter. I really just didn't want to socialize with people today. That's my fault. That's for being antisocial. But as a Tamiya crowd guy, you have to know that not every shot lands. One that didn't land. Tell me about it. I don't think that's an exaggeration. I think this is definitely a hit and a miss. I do like the Alfa Romeo body though. I think that's pretty cool. And if you wanted one, it's really cheap. It's one of the cheapest Tamiya bodies out there right now. It's only like $26. Okay, I hope I did that right. Alright, so let's move on. Let's grab that chassis. Let's do this right here. So I need about 50 millimeters. So we'll just say right here. Eyeball. Very bad eyeball. Okay. Or Z premium high voltage will have to do to run a GT body. Oh, okay. Well, you really don't want to run anything but a GT body, to be honest with you. If you don't have a spoiler, you're not going to have a good time on the track. That's from first-hand experience, and also watching a little bit later on, watching somebody else struggle with it. A spoiler makes a huge difference when you're on the track. Let's grab that chassis. We've got 5 people watching. One of those people is me, so there's 4 people watching. Thank you for joining me. I am building the Tamiya MB-01 kit. It has the Alfa Romeo body. So if you are looking to build that kit, come join us. Hang out a bit. And maybe you can even help me, because right at the beginning I have already had a little bit of trouble. But we overcame that and we're here now. So I remember correctly, it sits here. These 2 screw holes line up with these 2. So it's this way. Right? Yeah. So it's this way. Okay. And then let's grab this decal and put that here. General make that much difference? Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Just how much difference it makes. I know what you mean. Just seat it properly. Yeah, I was doing it wrong. It's this way. There we go. Okay, MA3s, those dark screws again. Man of Fan Hour, do you race? If you're still here, do you do any racing? At all? And how's that scene where you are? Tamiya is quite popular. Well, I don't want to say it's quite popular. It is Southern California. You know, this is the land of Team Associated. So, and there's always the Traxxas people. But I think there's decent amount of people who like Tamiya. And for me, Tamiya is mostly nostalgic from when I was younger. I think this is going to be the cover, one of the Diff covers. Okay, so that is right here. Right there, and then that piece is this right here. All right, here we go. There we go. If you're just joining the stream, I am building the Tamiya MB-01 chassis kit with the Alfa Romeo body. We are on step 7. I think we're about 25% done, I think, roughly. Maybe more, maybe less. So there's still plenty of time to watch if you're interested. I mean, you can tell there's not a whole lot here yet, so still plenty of time left. I am hoping to be able to finish this in about 3.5 hours. I think that's still realistic. So far it's been about 50 minutes since I started. We fight with the Texas crew as this is their backyard. Well, yeah. Texas is their backyard. You're right. Yeah. I have nothing against Traxxas. I started. I mean, I have a Slash. I had a Stampede. And I still have the TRX-4. They're all very well made, very well manufactured. My problem with Traxxas is kind of the same problem that Tamiya has. If you're just bashing, fine, it works, it's great. But as soon as you want to race, and you're racing against purpose-built race cars, like if you try to upgrade a Slash to try to race against a Techno, you are just throwing good money after bad. I mean, I've gone down that road, so I'm speaking from first-hand experience. I've gone down that Slash upgrade path. I don't even remember how much money I've spent on the Slash. This way, but it was quite a bit, And what did I get out of it end of the day? Nothing. Nothing much. Let's see. Armas and Traxxas, Axios, and now Tamiya. Awesome. I am not what you would call a skill driver. Me neither. Me neither. I have a fair amount of deluxe. Yeah, that doesn't really. Yep, left is right, right is left. Is that what you're saying? I know what you mean. I like building, painting, and street driving. Oh, nice. I'm a fan of building, as you can see. I'm not a big fan of painting. And I don't get to drive RC cars that much, period. Never mind street or track. I'm trying to go once a week to my local track ever since I got the TA-08 and do some practice. And doing that, the most fun of that for me is just I'm trying to make the car better a little bit at a time with different hop-ups, different adjustments, kind of the tuning aspect, really learning how to figure out a problem. So my current problem right now is oversteering. So last week I put in the front direct pulley, which, you know, basically a spool up front, and the car was very, very direct. You know, it felt like it was 1-to-1 in terms of steering. Problem is, I got a lot of oversteer. I kind of spun out several times. Whereas the week before, when I still had the Diff, even though the Diff had like I think it was 10,000 weight oil in it, the car was super easy to drive, but it just felt a little bit like lazy, I guess. Not, I mean, but I wasn't spinning out, so the transmitters, the radio settings were still the same, exactly the same. I didn't change anything else. Well, actually, I changed the steering arms to aluminum also. Just happened to do it together. I don't think that has much to do with it, because I kept the angles the same, the steering angle the same. I didn't change the Ackerman or anything. It just started spinning out, so I attribute that to the front direct pulley more than anything else. Non-competitive, that's why Tamiya needs a spec class rather than jump into the 110 road car. So that's why they told me the opposite. They said Phasers can't compete with the TT02R. Fortec maybe, it's so heavy. Yeah, but again, it's a well, you can't race against Schumachers and Yokomos. The Yokomo makes the master race, I think. MR, right? Did I just say master race? What is it called? The rookie class. Rookie MC. Is it called a master class? MR or MC? Yokomo. I know there's an MD, the Drift. I'm thinking of rookie spec. I think that's what I'm thinking about. But yeah. You know what, to be honest though, I think the Tamiya TA-08 can be pretty competitive if it was driven by somebody better than me. I am as casual as they come in terms of racing. I was just sharing my results on Discord, and I'm basically second week into practicing. I'm still about 8 seconds off the pace of the C main drivers, not the A main, but the C main drivers. So I'm quite behind, but I'm enjoying myself. But like I said, I'm still trying to figure out. I don't have a lot of time when I go there. Especially now it's going to get hot. It's kind of, you guys in Texas, you know what I'm talking about. It starts getting unbearable to stay out there. So this is probably going to be a fall thing, or, you know, going to go through the rest of the year before I figure it out. I'll probably, during my first race, which is probably going to be in July if it's not too hot. My first real race is going to be probably in July. And I'm just going to get into the rookie class. Yeah, get in the rookie class with a TOA. It's not fair, I know, but I'm not a very good driver, so I think it evens out. I remember there was one gentleman, this is several years back, maybe like before the pandemic, so it's be like 2019. So I remember there was a gentleman, I remember him, and he was, because I had to race against him, so I remember him. So I think he was driving either a Yokomo or a Mugen. I can't remember exactly what car. So he had the whole setup, including tire warmers, for a rookie class spec. And week after week, he still stayed in rookie class, even though he had already won like 2 or 3 times. And then after a while, I just got tired of it. I just like, you know what? I'm just gonna move on to the sportsman class and just see what happens. I mean, I got slaughtered, but at least, you know, I wasn't racing against people who can't stay on the track. But, you know, he's still on rookie. But who am I to criticize? If you pay your money, that's your right. It's the track's responsibility to kick you to the next level. Master Race. Yellow, any tub styles? The TA is a tub style chassis. It's a very light tub, very thin tub. It's not as as big as the. I think it's like barely a tub style. I mean, this is almost as tub style as the TTO2. The TTO1 is kind of V-shaped. Yeah, I mean the TA08. Hold on. So this is TA08, and this is technically a tub. It has a little bit of a sidewall, I guess. I think the most unique thing to it is that it's kind of a V-shaped. It kind of slopes that way and slopes this way. So that's kind of the unique thing about the TA08. So far, I'm really loving this. I've driven a Yokomo before, SD9. I had a TTO2RR that I raced with. I think I had a 3 racing car I raced with, and I think the last race car I had was the Tamiya TC01 when it first came out, and that was the worst car I've ever driven. But it was because it's a new kit and it needed a lot of shimming, and I didn't put in the time to do all the shimming. I just raced it out of the box, and I could not even get through one turn. I mean, I was just all over the place. Anytime I think like, oh, you know what, I can make this turn. Nope. Spin out, hit the rail, and then I just got frustrated, and I just sold that car as soon as I did. Let's see. Look at the flat. Looks like a flat plate to me. Yeah, it is. It's kind of a cheat. Who just its most that the club would count that as a club style. It seems borderline not in the spirit of, it is definitely not in the spirit of the race. Definitely not. Technically, I think it is a tub style. Probably not, or what they add qualification tub and shaft driven. Yeah. Yep. Well, there's a TB. The TBs are shaft driven. I don't think TT02s can beat that either. And then replace all of the blue R hop-ups with red ones. Do they make they make red hop-ups? It wouldn't be Tamiya. It wouldn't be Tamiya OEM. It'll be aftermarket stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you mean. Right. Yeah, I guess. That would just be for looks, though. I don't know if anybody makes better hop-ups than Tamiya. Let's see. So I use silicone grease in a syringe. This is Super Lube, I believe it's called. And if you're watching this after the fact, and you're saying you forgot to put grease in the pinion gear and spur gear, I think I did. I was supposed to do it before I closed it, but I forgot. So that would be my fault. But right here, I'm going to remember. I like yacht racing. I don't know why yacht racing gets a bad name. I like yacht racing stuff. I think the shock gear, the dampers are great. I think a lot of the yacht racing stuff is great. I tried it's called Cutis and the shock gear dampers. The Cutis is super easy to adjust. You just make a couple clicks and you can see if it works better. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that to tune. So I'm going to ask this question in a poll after this stream, and I'm going to ask everybody's opinion, in my community, that for touring cars, if you have oversteer, what would you play with first? And the choices would be either the damper oil or the shock oil, the springs, the suspension geometry, and I can't remember what the fourth one is going to be, but there was another one that I wanted to add to the poll. I think there was 4. So I'm curious, if you had oversteer right now and you wanted to fix it, what would you make changes to first before you did anything else? I have extra springs, I have different weight oils, I have everything that I need to try different things. Oh, and sway bars. That was the fourth thing. I know what I want to try first because it's going to be the easiest. I want to try the springs first. That's pretty much, that won't take very long to change out a spring. I think the last thing I want to do is to do it by diff oil. I'm okay with shock oil, but I really don't want to deal with diff oil. Now that I switched to front direct pulley, I have an extra diff, from the front to kind of mess with. But that had 10,000 weight oil in it. If I had to dump that out, it's going to take forever. Geometry, huh? Okay. So I have the, oh, here it is. I have it right here. So the T08 uses suspension mounts, so I have different pills that I can try different geometries. I believe this is the front or the rear. I believe this is the rear. So there's 3 sets. There's 3 sets of these. I can only find one right now, but I think that one will change the rear suspension angle. I think it gives it more toe, I believe. So I can try that. That won't be too difficult either. Yeah, I think damper springs would be 1, sway bar would be 2, and then those suspension blocks. And those suspension blocks are, you know, pain because it's hard to see. It's hard to read the lines. I like the associated ones because they were gray. They're much easier to read. These pills are black. I mean, you can hardly see the lines. Anyway, I hope I didn't forget anything. I'm sure I am, but I'm just... I forgot to grease the back on that, but that's okay. Check out RC getting fancy with this lube. Oh, yeah. I've used this for a long time. I've had this for, I think it's just out of, because I hate these things. You know, the grease is, you know, not clear. It's very greasy. It's very greasy, and it's hard to get off. So I started using the silicone a while ago. Do you guys have a set of these precision bits, screwdriver like this? I mean, technically I can use the small screwdriver. Well, technically I'm actually, you know what? I'm not supposed to be using this. Oh, no, I am. This is also a JS, but this is J0. So I did grab the right one. Not how much tuning yet. Are you running a servo saver? Could lead to perceived oversteer. I don't think it's perceived. I think it's definitely just too much steering, I think. Because the direct pulley, I think it's just something going on. Well, obviously, direct pulley, both sides are moving at the same speed, so it's gonna act funny. I think I just need to shift the weight a little bit to the back. So that's why I think the spring and the sway bar would be effective and easy, but you know, I would love to hear different opinions. I hope I don't have to do all 4, especially the diff oils. I'll change the damper oils. That won't take too long. But I don't want to change the diff oil if I don't have to. Alright, enough talking. Let's get over here. So this is the correct shaft now. We need this. Need to grab a bearing. I think it's still these ones right here. And then we need one of these. I think it's this one. Running servo saver. I am running the plastic servo. I think it is plastic. Yeah, plastic servo saver. And I was just having this conversation with my local hobby shop owner because I wanted to change to an adjustable servo horn to be able to change just the ability, not so much that I want to do the, you know, tune with it, but I just wanted the ability to be able to change the angle of the steering. turnbuckle. So yeah, racing makes a adjustable servo horn. There's also a Tamiya one. There's also a TRF one, which I had in my hand, but I really wanted to try the racing one, so I put it back. Let's see. I'm gonna try to use the same. Oh, I fell out. I'm gonna try to use the same bearings, because, like I said in the beginning of the stream, I had 4 rubber sealed, and then the rest are just regular. So I'm gonna try to keep these the same front and back. Alright, so where are we? How much are you running? Yeah, and so yeah, you tuning is one of those things where you have to have a lot of time. And that's not something I have. I would love to go to the track and kind of stay there for half a day and try all sorts of different things, but I just don't have that luxury right now. You know, I can. The last few times I went there, I was only able to stay on the track for like 10 minutes. I got non-stop laps in, which was good, but that's all. I couldn't make any adjustments afterwards. I had to just leave. I just didn't have the time. Something always comes up. C4, where is C? So this is the other C tree. Alright, let's deal with those pins again. Hopefully this time it's easier. It does look like it's going to be easier. Let's get the correct pin. Probably the thicker one. Yep, there we go. Let's see. I know nothing. A lot like zeroing if you aren't great making adjustments. Yeah. That's another hobby that I I don't have time for. I wanted. That's another thing. I used to just casually compete at the local range, and it was fun. Just run and gun. It was fun. But it was just taking too much of my time, and it's very expensive. Obviously, I would love to get into precision. Right now, maybe sell all my RC cars and then get one precision. I'm trying to not say that word just in case I get demonetized, even though I don't think we're just casually talking, but you never know. Yeah, it's another hobby. Where I'm also the same way. I don't like buying things off the shelf. I like building my own. And I did. I think I have 4 that I've built. And I enjoy them very much. That's also very fun, building those you know, apparatuses. Yeah. You know what? It's stupid. Can't even say that word. Well, it's not like I can't say that word. I just don't want to, just in case. You know, I want to keep being monetized. I'm not making nearly as much as I need to you know, to support the hobby. But at least it's fun to see, you know, a little bit of money every month, and then it keeps growing every month. Just based on your efforts. It's kind of fun. I enjoy that part. But you know, I don't want any black marks or anything like that. I just want to be left alone. I don't want to get angry emails. Let's see, this way, I believe. This way. Diff goes this way. I need those two. Yeah, items, exactly. I almost put the silicone grease on the bearings. Almost. I love this applicator. Oops. Alright, let's see. So it's this way. It's like this. Oh. Yeah, it's like this. Okay, and then we're going to close this. Okay, this time I'm going to remember to put grease here. Oh, it's already so it's already almost 5 o'clock for you guys, right? Are you guys doing any barbecuing today, or are you gonna wait till tomorrow, or you did it yesterday already? If I want barbecue, I would have to just go out and buy it. I don't have a grill, nor do I think I want one. Not that I have anything against, you know, having a grill. I just don't want to clean it. I would love to try smoking a brisket. You know, I would love to. I think I can get a trigger. I think that I can probably get into the smoking. Barbecuing, I've had charcoal grills, you know, the lump charcoal grills before. I just didn't enjoy cleaning it up afterwards. All right. I hope everybody's enjoying their 3-day weekend. I hope you guys are out there taking advantage of those sales going on. Norway, hey Toby, good to see you again. You were here last week, right? I think you asked me a question about the DTO4. Was that you? It's on barbecue tomorrow. Okay, okay, great. You know what? Maybe I should have barbecue tonight, or maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll order it. We have a chain here. I don't know if you guys have it or not. Called Lucille's. I don't know if you guys have Lucille's in Texas. Probably not. You probably have, like, you know, barbecue, legit barbecue joints on every corner. That's pretty much all we have here is Lucille's. And a couple local places, and they're okay. But they're quite expensive. Maybe we should, maybe I'll have that either today. Let me ask if, I'm just curious if anybody would be into Lucille's. Gift card. If you're watching this after the live stream and there's a little bit of dead air, I was just texting, so that's my fault. Okay, so let's see. And I think we do have some Costco gift cards. Nothing like barbecue is serious. Yeah, I want to go to Texas just for barbecue. Planning on that? Yeah, I was here, yes, but no. Oh, okay. DTO2 and hop up. Okay. Good to see you again. Thanks for coming by. I may turn on super chats and members, things like that later on. I don't think I'm there yet. I want to keep it super casual. I think you guys just watching me and hanging out with me it's good enough. I enjoy that. So ever since I started making videos, you know, RC car videos, especially after I started making build series videos, I found that I don't enjoy building the kits as much because I have to stop and narrate and then edit. It just actually kind of took the joy out of it. But then when I got the TA08, I decided, you know what? I'm going to be spending a lot of money on this. I want to enjoy this. So I had the cameras running, but I didn't speak. I didn't narrate anything. I just built it, and it was great. I really enjoyed that. But then I started streaming again, and I also enjoy this. I actually enjoy doing this, kind of chatting in real time, you know, than trying to narrate what I'm trying to do. You know, just for making videos. So I'm really enjoying myself right now. Okay, so let's grab these droop screws. Let's see. So this is going to be a 2mm, I think. Nope, still a 1mm. Let's see. Okay, so oh, great. Yeah. How do you like it? And how much money have you spent on hop-ups? Because I think I've spent more on hop-ups than if I would have just bought the R. I've come to realize that now. I think I got the kit for $270, something like that. About $300 after taxes, but I've spent over $200 on hop-ups already. So that would make it the R. So let's drive these droop screws through. Alright, I'm just gonna eyeball the distance for now. My caliper is plastic and it doesn't do a great job with depth, you know, measuring something like this. It just doesn't do a great job. I tried. I'm looking for a shorter one, a 4-inch one that is metal. I think that'll work much better for me. Let's see, so let's put the suspension on, put these arms on. It's going to be the motor side, and it's going to go this way and this way. Okay, bro. I should do live stream builds. I talk to myself constantly. I would definitely watch your stream. We can actually co-stream. I don't know if you can. I know you can do that on Twitch. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube. Chassis is very flexible. No hop-ups. For definitely looking into it. There is a top deck, a brace that goes across the top of the chassis. I don't know if you know that or not, but there is that hop-up. It's carbon fiber. You have to change the motor mount, the blue piece right here, because the top deck mounts onto a couple arms that come off of the motor mount. But that's that's on my list. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it, but it's on my list. The reason I say that, I mean, you know, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm waiting for the new F1 chassis, and I'm definitely going to build that. But you know, what if I like that more than the touring car? Very possible, and then I'll stop driving the touring car. So I can barely race in one class and have my head together. I don't think I can race in two classes. I think I would just go mad trying to figure everything out, trying to keep everything together. But I found a great ladder type chassis stiffener. Huh, okay. Ladder type. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I would love to see it. If you have a part number or just a name of the part. I don't know if the chat will let you post a link. But if you have like a part number I can Google, I would love to see it. MA3. The last one. Perfect. Alright, I think we're done. Whew. We're making some decent progress here. Done with step 12. Let's move on to step 13. And this is one of the weirdest things to do. So we're going to shove this in here with that connector piece. And that connector piece should be this right here. Yeah, were you here when I was showing this before, Toby? So I got this week. These are the hop-ups I got this week. I have the aluminum servo mount. I got the 6mm wheel hubs. I got the 4mm and I put it on there and it just looked weird. So I got the 6mm. I have the carbon damper stays and I have the rear suspension mount blocks. So that's my those are my hop-ups of the week. But before I put those things on, I want to solve the oversteer problem first. So we're here. What are we doing? Does not fall out. Obviously, it does not fall out. Okay. I am doing something wrong. Let's see. Hold on. We're just getting caught at. Is it this? Yeah, I don't think this is seated all the way down. Definitely not. I have to struggle with this collar again. We did that already in the beginning of the stream. Now we have to do it again. This is bad design. Yeah, I've put so much money into the chassis already. Feel kind of silly. What radio are you using, Toby? Oh, geez, I cannot get this right. Okay, let me take it back out and try again. Okay, so the pin is still there, I hope. Okay, the pin is here, up and down, right? Yeah, the pin is here. So yeah. Okay, this should be correct. Why is this not going in? Does that look right? No? I think very close. I think that's right. Let's see if this will go through. Let's see what that will go through. Yep. Okay. Got it. Bad design. 3PP. Cool. All right. Yeah, I got a Samwa just for the TO8. I figured I was stepping up to the mid-range in terms of chassis. I thought I would kind of graduate from those cheap, you know, sub $100 radios, and I got the Samwa MTR, and so far it's great. I mean, not having any experience with kind of nicer radios before. I did have a Samwa MX6 before, but that's still the very much entry level. A lot of things you can't adjust. It kind of really opened my eyes how much difference it makes. I'm driving a lot better, for one thing. I feel like I have a lot more control over where I'm going. It's a lot more responsive. It just is, you know. I have a Dumbo RCT F350. pride on my head. Dead hands. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me look that one up, because I've had a few Dumbo RCs. Dumbo RC DDF 350. I haven't had that before. That looks like it's one of the newer ones. Looks interesting. You know, whatever works. I mean, I had budget budget radios for I don't know how many years now. So this is like the first time I got a kind of that mid-range radio. So who am I to judge? I say that all the time in chat, right? There's something in RC for everybody. You know, at whatever price level, whatever budget level that you were at. Except the toy grade stuff, you know, those guys, no. Please don't talk about RC. I'm just kidding. Those WL toy guys are like a different group of people. Like, they're just out of this world. Okay. I'm still DX5C. Hey, DX5C is great. I think I have a DX5C. Let me Google that one also. Spectrum DX5C. Let's see. No, I don't have that one. I have the one. I think it's probably a 3C or something like that. I don't have that one. So no, it's anything with a screen, I think is already a big step up from the analog ones, you know. Speaking of analog ones, I'm going to reuse the one I used last week. I just pulled it off the TTO2 and I'm just going to reuse it again. Because I don't feel like looking for receivers and binding them and stuff like that. I know this one works. Okay. So we are here. Let's try to find this piece right here. Guys, thanks for joining me, hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I was gonna do this anyway, but probably in like, this would have probably taken me like 5 days to finish. If I wasn't making content, maybe it'll take me 2 days. But if I was making content, it'll take me 5 days. Maybe longer. I think one kit took me like 11 different videos to finish. Alright, here we go. And this goes in here. I love Tamiya fit and finish. Look at this. It's perfect. It's just so perfect. It fits so well. Fitment's like incredible. Okay, it's these white screws, I think. Is there a top of the line 10 channels, 10 model channel mixing, tank steer, full steering setting, yeah, everything. Yeah. I think once you get that awareness of how to work with your radio to improve the driving, once you're aware of it, I don't think you can live without it. I can't, put the TA08 on this thing anymore, obviously. It would just drive me nuts. I'm playing with the Servo Expo, the endpoints. I've been playing with all of those things with the TA08, and none of those are available on the analog ones. So Yeah, once you start understanding what those are, the dual rate, the expo, and you know that if you can adjust the trigger, stuff like that. Once you start doing that, you're like, wow, how come I never? This is like, you know, power seats in your car. All right, let's see. So let's move on to the uprights. I'm gonna take this away. Get a sip of water. Let's move on. Let's grab these uprights. Is this one? Yeah. So this is A1 and what piece is this one? A9, yeah. So this one is 1. So let's do this one first. We're at B parts bag now. Let's grab B parts bag. Excuse me. Throttle curve for my crawlers. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's just so interesting. Once you start getting into it, it's so interesting. I've been tuning with springs for a while. You know, making adjustments to the car, correct. You know, whatever issues you're having with springs, I enjoy that as well. I'm actually just working with the dampers altogether. I enjoy that to improve, you know, handling and stuff like that. That's always been one of my favorites. I built a lot of dampers. Not my favorite thing to build, but I like tuning them or, you know, making adjustments on dampers. I don't know how much difference the carbon fiber damper stays are going to be, but I am hoping that it will make everything I'm trying to do right now is to make the steering as responsive and accurate as possible. I think that's very important, right? Obviously. But at the same time, I want it to not be jumpy. Not be like, you know, nervous or anything. It's just, you know, you tell it to go, it'll just go, but it won't kind of get out of hand. I don't know how to describe it. I really don't. But yeah. Oops. So we have this right here, and this goes to the taller of the two. Throttle curves. I think throttle curve is very important for the crawlers, right? Because you want to be able to just really get the wheels moving, kind of grip on, use the torque of the motor to kind of get over where you're going. I can see how important that could be. I haven't touched a crawler in I don't know how many years. It's been a while, so I can't say I know a lot about crawlers. Once upon a time, maybe, but not anymore. Maybe I'll get back into it. You never know. Right now, I've been on this on-road touring car thing for several years now. Again, my audience will not let me do anything else now. I can change my channel name to something TTO2, and I can probably be successful indefinitely. But that would be very boring to me. I don't want to. I want to keep this as a hobby. I want to do what I enjoy. I don't want to just, you know, make videos just for the sake of making money. I mean, let's face it. I'm not gonna be a big YouTuber. That's not kind of what my goal is. My goal is to just, I want to spread the hobby. That's why I chose kind of the genre of you know, how to build videos, because once upon a time when I was, you know, buying my first kit, I was very, you know, intimidated. You know, can I do this kind of thing? You know, I just want to bring it so that, I mean, the TT-02 is very easy to build, right? After you build one, you're like, wow, this is pretty simple. You know, that's kind of what I want to bring to the hobby. Let's just do my part. So if you're looking for, you know, you're looking for your first kit, for your first RC car, and you want, you know, something, yeah, you can definitely don't buy this if this is your first kit. Jesus Christ. You know, TT-02 is great. To be honest, the TRX4 Sport was, I wouldn't say it was easy to build because it has like portals and stuff like that. But their manual, the color manual, made it like very manageable. I wasn't intimidated at all. I kind of just, it was so well illustrated that I was like, I can do this. I think, unpopular opinion, I think Axial manuals are terrible. If I remember the last one I built, I think it was the Capra. I think I built the Capra years ago, and it was just terrible. I think there was even a mistake on one of the pages. It was like a famous mistake. And like nobody can finish the kit because it was so messed up. Yeah, I wish they would start sending me kits. I would love that. I would love to build kits for a living and just make videos. I would love that. I see a couple YouTubers who always get kits before. I don't even want them for free. Just let me buy them early. Like the F1 chassis. I know some YouTubers already have it and they're already building it. They're writing their blogs and taking pictures. I would love to be doing that right now. That's all I ask for. I'll pay full retail. It doesn't bother me. As long as I can be objective. Well, I'm not really critiquing the chassis. You know, that's not my specialty. Even though I am saying bad things about this one. But I think it's deserved. Okay, so let's grab this. Lay on the throttle super slow. No. Around with anything else, and I'm. Yeah, I know. You won't be the only one leaving. I swear it's. There's so many cults out there. Traxxas is a cult. Tamiya. I mean, it's just... It's actually kind of funny. Let me put some grease here. But I had to rebuild a 2-speed gearbox. Yeah, is there anything? Yeah, I know the one time for a builder's kit before I was happy with it, and even now. Yeah, I've never built an MST. I haven't built a Yokomo drift car yet. I had a touring car. I think I've built the 3 Racing 4 and 5. I built the TT-02 drift spec as well. Those are my 3 drift cars that I've built. I have the D6 right here that I will hopefully be allowed to build. sometime this year. I hope my channel doesn't completely die off as soon as I decide to build a drift car. That is not Tamiya, but it likely would. 3 racing is not as popular as I think it deserves to be. For what it is and its price, it's very underrated. I mean, you're getting something that is quite competitive for like half the price. You know, you're getting a, for example, like the what's the last one I built, the Cero Sport. I mean, you're probably not gonna beat a Awesomatics or, you know, Yokomo, Mugen, you know, against professional racers. But I think in the club race, I think you're right there. You can definitely beat a TT02. But that's just my opinion. What do I know? Let's see. I need some grease in there as well. Okay, so how do I lock this in? So this is A3, and then the kingpin, which one is A? This is C, right? Yeah, this is C. Kyosho buggy. Yeah. That was interesting. When I was building that video, I haven't built a that kind of buggy in a while. That kind of, I don't want to say racing style, but you know, that kind of buggy. Hadn't built one for a while. I remember having some trouble with it. So is it A3? Yeah. Is it? Yeah, it's this one right here. I remember I had trouble with it. I have the RC10. Wait, hold on. I have the RC10 6x6 American semi kit build. That's the crawler. MST make crawlers? I could do that without instructions. I know crawlers. Grand hauler kit I'm saving until, I mean, I want to do one of those big trucks one day. Maybe when I, you know, as like a grand finale retirement video, I want to build one of those. I think those are cool. I mean, there are channels that are really big just on those things. You know, they're just like those big trucks. I mean, I'm sure there's like a very loyal following for those. I can just imagine those hauler trucks. I can't afford them right now, and I also don't have the space to build or store them. If you're watching this on the VOD, don't over tighten this, like I just did right there. Don't over tighten the kingpin. You want to be able to move. Get this out of the way. You want full range of motion, so yeah. Let's flip this over and get the other side. And and double check your screws. I wonder, hobby dynamics, okay. I'll go back and read the chat. Excuse me. Because of their crawlers and pride when I found out they had on-road cars too. Well, they don't make good on-road cars. They make good drift cars. Excuse me, I have to cough for a second. I think their cars, from what I understand, are decent quality. The design might not be there. I know their touring car is terrible. I've seen reviews for those. I wouldn't buy that. I would buy the rookie speed though. I would buy Yokomo. I said Yamaha. I would buy a Yokomo rookie speed in a second. I would buy the rookie drift and the rookie speed. I like Yokomo, just everything is so expensive. I don't want to use the word overpriced. It is coming from a different country in smaller scale than Tamiya. So, of course, it's going to be expensive. Hobby concepts, okay. So let's see. Put that in there. Put an O-ring in there. Let's push that down a little bit. Are you guys all left-handed? I mean right-handed? I'm right-handed. I think I'm right-handed, but I can do a lot with my left hand as well. And I think sometimes you really need it. You can't always just like flip the car over to work on something. Especially on camera, you know, I can't like angle something from the other side of the desk. So I have to sometimes I have to do things this way. So I kind of learned, well, I was always kind of being able to use both hands. But I have to really, you know, fine motor skills for left hand doing things like this. I need to cut out 2 more of those. I thought there were 2 more here on this tree. Yep, there it is. Right-handed, left-hand. Okay, cool. Are you guys able to use your offhand pretty well? Am I missing something? Oh. Are you guys going anywhere for summer? I think summer is going to start pretty soon, right? Going to big trips or anything? I'm not going anywhere. But that's nothing new. I never go anywhere. I live vicariously through other people's vacations. I think once in a while I would drive down to San Diego, but that's about it. Maybe Las Vegas. Let's see. You guys know how to drive manual transmission? Tomorrow's summer, right? Okay. I've been to New York City once for work also. I went to a trade show. And I did not enjoy myself. I didn't really like New York. I didn't like walking everywhere. I didn't like having to walk quickly, briskly. Or get cursed at. I literally got cursed at for walking my normal pace crossing the street. It was like the stereotype. It was almost a meme. But that actually did happen to me. I thought it was funny more than anything. I still remember, I think I was in front of a B&H store close to the Javits Center. I remember walking towards a B&H photo store, walking back from the Javits Center to my hotel. Something like that. And I remember this lady just told me to get out of the way or something like that. I forgot exactly what she said. But it was pretty funny. Yeah, New York City's it's not for me. I'm the LA, sit in my car, enjoying the AC, driving everywhere, even down to half a mile to the supermarket. I'm that guy. Having a trunk to put everything in instead of carrying it. I can't do that. I'm sure it's like that in Texas too, right? All my household vehicles are manuals. Ah, okay. That's great. Alright. I miss driving manual. My first car was manual transmission. Then I had a Honda Civic that was manual transmission. And then after that, ever since, I have not driven a manual car. And I miss it. I miss it. I wish they still made it, like in more cars. Can you believe the WRX? I think the STI is only in automatic. The Nismo GTR is only in automatic. Can you believe? Who made these decisions? Speaking of cars, one-to-one cars. You know what I like to see come back? The Honda Prelude. I don't know if you guys remember that car. Excuse me, I have to cough again. I think it was the last gen Prelude. The first gen was the fold-up lights. The second one was the kind of the round lights, or is that third? I don't remember. And then the last one had like just the regular headlights. That was a car I really wanted when I was younger, and I wish they would bring it back, kind of modernize it. I really like that car. But you know, all these cars that come back, they're not the tuner cars they used to be. I mean, the Integra for one thing. Jesus Christ. And make that into like a family car now, you know? It's kind of stupid. Are you sure about that metaphor? I watched a video where they were talking about the STI being only in manual, and that Subaru upper management are idiots. They're not car enthusiasts. I'm talking about I think he was talking about 2025 WRX, because I actually look for a WRX, not just for like a second car. You know, to throw around. I don't want to always take the SUV for everything. Okay, I need to concentrate just a little bit more, so this doesn't take 5 hours. I think it's this piece. For a new Prelude, the second one is triangle tail lights. Yeah. Oh, nice. Wow. Then I don't know what that YouTuber was talking about then, because he was just railing against. I'll try to find that video one day. I just watched it yesterday, I think. Yeah, basically, he was talking about just car companies making bad decisions for the enthusiasts. You guys know anything about motorcycles? I don't know how to ride. Haven't learned yet, but I really want to get one. That's another midlife crisis thing, bucket list thing that I want to do. I already got the muscle car out of the way. I had a Challenger before the 2 Grand Cherokees that I have. That was great. I love the Challenger. The new Daytona, the new Charger Daytona, I'm not sure yet. I have my doubts. But I did hear they're going to come out with a twin turbo version, which is good news. And I also heard the Trump administration put the smackdown on the California mandate for electric cars for 2035. I'm sure they'll duke it out in court. But yeah, I think that's good news. California is run by idiots. But there's an ocean here and it's beautiful. I can't find this piece. D17. That's the A-tree. Shouldn't be a plastic, rubbery tree, should it? Nope. Ah, here it is. They killed the STI. Okay. Ah, that's a shame. Does Subaru still make a stick shift? I wish Toyota made a stick shift in the... what is that car called? Or maybe they do, I just don't know. Is it called the BRZ? Is that the Toyota version? That looks like a fun car to drive. BRZ. I am firmly in the Mopar family. Mopar or no car. That's just the route that I took. And I love Jeeps and Dodges. Although when I was changing Grand Cherokees this time around, last year, I did almost get the Mazda instead. But I ended up with a Jeep Grand Cherokee, second one. And I like it. It's big, it's comfortable. Not the greatest car in the world, but you know, I enjoy it. Oh yeah, the 86. 86 looks really cool. Oh, I was just looking at it. Hold on a second. I was just looking at this. Yeah, that's. Is that the BRZ or is that something else? I get confused. 6-speed Dodge Ram 5000. Yeah. Yeah, if I ever, I'm not going to drive a truck, but if I got a truck, it would be a Ram. I think I'm done with that. Let's come over here. Let's take care of those arms. Hey, it looks like I'm going to be able to finish this. Hallelujah. I don't know about 3 hours, but I'm pretty sure I can do it in 3.5 hours. We're not close yet, but at least I'm in the front arms already. Although we have electronics. Yeah, we still got a ways to go. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know. You know, I just want to relive my youth like everybody else. I want that Civic coupe. I had a Civic coupe. Stick shift, red sunroof. I had the tape deck with the removable face. I think I even had a remote. That was a long time ago. Let's see. So that's that. What piece is that? Oh, okay. So it's right here. Okay, I just realized if I was not, I'm not going to do it, but if I was not chatting, I think I can do this much faster. But I enjoy talking and interacting, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to focus on time and sit here and build it in silence. I enjoy chatting with you guys. Oh, I forgot the grub screws. Why are the grub screws on top? Am I missing something? Why are these on top? Aren't these for droop? Oh well. Okay. Are you guys buying any more kits the rest of the year? I have a few kits that I want to build before the year end. There is the F1 chassis, TRF F1, I think it's called. That one, and I think there's a M-08R coming out. I want to build that. What else? I would love to build a TRF 421, but it's $700 just to start. I would love to build that. And I want to build a CC02 at some point, you know, just change it up a bit. Get kind of the Tamiya, you know, trail car. You know, see how that goes. You know, do you guys have a CC01 or CC02? I think you said something about a SCX10, right? So you guys do have crawlers. So far, do you think this kit is difficult or kind of intermediate, beginner friendly? I don't think this is beginner friendly at all, but you know, maybe it's just my own skill. Who knows? Oh crap. I dropped my drink. Hold on, sorry. Oh, jeez. Spilled my drink. It's gonna make an interesting VOD. MB3, same screw. And just double check. A bunch of crawlers. CR01 rock crawler, Mercedes C. Oh, I have the C11 as well. I haven't built it. Me neither. I just like the body too much that I kind of don't want to even open it. Cougar KC. I have to look up the Cougar. Let's see. Okay, buggy, right? And a CR01. Let's see what the CR01 looks like. Oh, that giant thing. Do you have the Land Cruiser? Is that the only body it comes with? That's a cool one. Oh, you like the big scale stuff. That's cool. Well, bigger scale. I mean, it's not even scale. It's just bigger trucks. They're just huge. Alright, so I did this. So let's do the lower arms. Kit backlog at the moment. Other than buy them. What are you talking about? Buying them is most of the fun. You can't have too many. Got a Phoenix. What's a Phoenix? I've never heard that one either. A lot of things I haven't heard of. Oh, the Vanquish? Excuse me. That's cool. I've been out of the loop with crawlers. Vanquish. Very cool. Let's see. I feel like I'm on cruise control right now. I'm not really like paying attention to building, but yet I can still keep going. I think partly because it's repetitive, front and back. And this is why I think this car is flawed, because it's identical front and back. Let's see. Super bougie. Yes, it is super bougie. I don't buy the most expensive things. I'm just too stingy. Like I don't think I could ever buy a Vanquish crawler. I mean, the only reason I would even consider the Tamiya TRF is because I know people will watch it. Otherwise, for myself, I would never. I don't even know if I would buy the T08 if it's just for myself. Bone stuff, Vanquish. Well, if you're I have pretty well kit back. Okay, well, 3 or 4 bodies for the CR1. Stadium Blitzer. Bone stock. I got it on sale. Okay. Anywhere in there. Yeah. You do kind of need a track to have an F1. But I feel like the F1 is kind of like the M chassis. It has that loyal niche following. Like, I don't want to say those guys, but like they kind of stay in that class. They don't really like do 17.5 touring car or anything like that. They kind of just stay in their little, 21.5, 25.5 spec classes. I didn't know this, but their wheels are completely different. It's like a totally different kind of tire. Not even the size, I'm talking just different kind of tire. Okay, I'm done with that. Let's build the front uprights. If I can find it. Right here. I am lucky to live where I live. For the hobby that I have. There are 5 hobby shops within a reasonable difference. There's like a 6th and a 7th. But the 6th one I would say is terrible. And the 7th one is very, very small. And all they have is Traxxas stuff. That's basically a Traxxas store. So I'm kind of lucky that way. And how many? 2 of those stores have, oh, 3 of those stores have their own racetrack. Well, one is a drift track. And then one is a on-road and off-road outdoors track, and then the third one is indoor clay. Very small track though, the clay track. Like the only thing that should be running there really are the minis. Why don't let this go in? Let's sit next to and see if, yeah. You know, I have never had an F1 car, so that's another reason why I really want to build one. I didn't go out much for 2 years for, you know, family reasons. But now that that has passed, and I have, I'm able to enjoy the hobby again. I'm trying to pace myself. I don't want to like just jump right back into it. I enjoy making the videos, so I'm doing that. And I'm also getting back into racing. So I try to make time for it. A lot of times there's like conflicts. Like I can't go to, you know, the races all the time. I'm gonna have to skip 1 or 2 here and there because of reasons, you know, because of work or whatever. I wish I could, but you know, you have responsibilities, right? So I really want one. You know, I don't know anything about those trucks, but the reason for anything being expensive is usually supply and demand. And again, I think it's the slightly older crowd that has the disposable income, and they're not importing that many kits. Probably they're probably importing like 10,000 TTO2s, and they're importing like 100 of those trucks. So probably why. I really wonder how many TTO2s get sold just in the United States every year. Oh, I forgot that. That's okay. Whatever. If you're watching this on the VOD, make sure you grease the axles and the bearings before you put it together. Don't mind me. $800, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money to me, especially for a hobby. Even those other hobby apparatuses that we talked about earlier are all like over $1,000. I feel like those are kind of worth it because it does have like a functional purpose. So, but you know, so if you guys could have only one car, one RC car for the rest of your life, what would it be? Just one. It could be something you already have. It could be something that you don't already have. But what would it be? I will tell you what mine's going to be in a second. 1-1 range. You can get a 1-to-1 for $800. Huh. Oh, okay. I've never seen a Traxxas drift rally car in person. They look cool. Yeah, mine would be also Traxxas, but it would be the Slash. And only because, not that I think it's the greatest RC car in the world, but there is so much you can do with the Slash. You can turn it into a monster truck. You can turn it into a kind of a racing short course truck. You can turn it into a drag car. You know, it's so versatile, and there's so many parts, aftermarket parts. You can do so much with just that one platform. I mean, you can make it drive reasonably well. You know, you can't. There's a lot of things you can do to it. Oops, I forgot this piece. It homes around the road. Because a slash body, yeah. I did the whole LCG slash body. I did the whole slash thing. I didn't get anything aluminum though, because every person I talked to said, if you get your suspension, parts in aluminum, you're just gonna break something else, and that kind of made sense to me. So I always went with either just Traxxas stock or RPM. Is it RPM? RPM parts where if something broke, I would replace them with RPM. Or was it Hot Racing? I can't remember. One or the other. Let's see. Let's try to find the other skip. Real resale value. Okay. Let me ask you, man of fan hour. Those big, semi trucks. How do you? I don't want to say. How do you play with them? Is what I'm trying to say. Is there are there? I see them on TV, like a virtual. I mean, not on TV, on the internet, on YouTube. There's like virtual cities. You can go drive your truck around and stuff. Or like a scale city. Is that kind of what you do, or? I'm just curious, because I don't think. I mean, I guess I can. I can pull it out on the track and drive it around. I guess I can, but I don't think that's what it was meant for. And I think just the pride of building them, I think would be awesome as well. So there's that element, but I'm just talking about actually kind of using it. How like, where do people usually take their semi trucks? So 2 screws here, 2 screws here, and then where the heck is this? The other side? Yeah, I think it's the other side. Yep. Okay, so let's do the top first. MA3. But if you were into it, they have and had friends parking lot. Oh, okay. Parking shenanigans. Yeah, I mean that would be fun, right? If everybody had one, and then you kind of showed them, hey, look, I installed the truck sound emulator. Check this out. You know, gather once a month at the local Wiener Schnitzel parking lot, stuff like that. I make that reference because I have a car show at my local Wiener Schnitzel every single month, and it's the same people with the same cars just hanging out, the same hot rods every time. I mean, obviously they're living in the past, but you know, their money. Do whatever you want. I keep forgetting to use the drill screwdriver. Get a trailer, load stuff into it, drive it around. Yeah. That sounds interesting. I can see that. Yeah, that would be cool. And to here, I can see that. There is a subculture here as well for mini bikes. They're like every so often I would see maybe like 50 mini bikes just ride up the main street over here, and they're just going to like the next city next to where I live, and I'm sure they're going to meet up somewhere, right? I can see that, like. And then they gather around and do stunts, like, you know, like they do wheelies and stuff. I mean, that's great. I mean, that's something to do, right? I'd rather you guys do that, you know, those kids do that than, you know, go rob people or stay in front of the TV all day. Let's see. I need this piece. D15. This is it. You would think I recognize the tree numbers already, but I don't. Let's see. It's probably this big one. That's this piece. You know what, this kit does have one thing going for it. That besides, you know, the little cuff thing, it's kind of hard to screw this up. A lot of things only fit one way. You know, like this piece right here, there's two little dots there, and if those two dots aren't facing the front, it's not going to go in. So these two, and the center one. I don't like these two-piece chassis. I mean, you can never lock them down as good as if it was just one. That's why I like the TT02 so much. It's just one tub chassis. and the diffs sit on top, not like the TT01. TT01 is, it's just bad. Okay, let's build the dampers. I'm not going to worry about these. I'm not going to try to predict how these will drive, so let's grab all the dampers. Alright, so we need the body. This is 6. And this whole tree is the rubbery material, which is interesting. Even the dampers are this material. Okay, I'll need the caps. I need these. I'll just throw them on, but I'm not gonna try to figure out which one is which. I need these. And oh, I forgot there's some turnbuckles coming. Yeah, my favorite thing are turnbuckles. Let's see, where's this piece? M7. You know, we still haven't touched any electronics yet. M7. Oh, I think it's over here. Oh, there it is. The other rubbery tree. Robbing 7-Elevens. Well, don't get caught. Don't get caught if you're robbing banks. 7-Elevens. Okay, so this is the first step, and then we're going to put this through, match up that hole, and then slide this on. And then the thin ring, then the thick ring. And then the spring. And then the perch. All right, okay. Oh, this thing, okay. So there we go. Very easy to build. Actually, these are better quality than the TT02s. They just feel better. What you never hear RC channel say when they're building kits. I hate building. What are you talking about? I hate building turnbuckles. I've said that multiple times on stream. Oh, these are the right ones. Okay. Multiple times on stream. On my videos. Every time I have to build turnbuckles, I just groan. My God, why do we have these things? And every time I have to explain, if it's really a turnbuckle, you have to turn counterclockwise for one and then clockwise for the other. No, wait. Yeah. Because when you adjust it, you want it to either lengthen or shorten. And I have to explain that every single time. Because if you're brand new to RC and you don't really pay... Oh, I forgot to put the shaft in. You know, if you don't put the... what was I talking about? Lost my train of thought. Used to growlers. Stuff like shocks were... No, they make good touring cars. I mean, good shocks. Just TTO2 is really just like the bottom of the barrel, get people in the hobby kit. You know, it's not great at all. It's a good starting point. Definitely a good starting point. I mean, I think you can get a TTO2 going for $250, including all the electronics you need. That's very doable. Nice. Grab those step screws. They're supposed to be super stiff? No, not really. They're supposed to have some bounce. If they're super stiff, you may want to turn the shaft a little bit and make sure it's locked. When it's locked, it should go up and down quite easily. And it's the upper hole on this side as well. Just supposed to be RC channel. There's three things I don't love building. I don't love building RC kits: turnbuckles, diffs, and shocks. I don't like building any of those three. But turnbuckles would be the least favorite. And decals also no fun, especially Tamiya decals. Yikes. Oh, the supply springs are very stiff? Okay. Dun, dun. We're getting very close to finishing. I'm still kind of surprised we haven't even installed a servo yet. You know, by time you this far away on the TTO2, you have, you know, quite a bit done already. Let me ask you guys, I don't know if I talked about this already. For next week's stream, I want to try to stream once a week on Sundays. I can go out and try to find another kit to build on stream, or I can do a TTO2 hop-up stream where I take the TTO2 that I built last week and just throw a bunch of hop-ups on there and talk about, you know, which ones are important, you know, at the from the angle of from the perspective of somebody who wants to go brushless with it. You know, which components would be the most important to change, something like that. What do you guys think of that video, or should I go hunt down another kit, maybe the Formula 1 kit? What do you guys think? Where does this go? Oh, like this. Wait. Like this? Oh, here. How does this work? Hold on. Okay. Oh. Why did it work so easy when I turned the chassis? That makes sense. All right. Okay, let's put a pin on top of that. Oh, it's the big pins. Let's see, where's the big pins? Are these the big pins? No. I did not see the hoop pins. Oh, bag C, hold on. That's why. And we have to do the servo as well. Let's do that real quick. Oh no, you know, some of these, even if you're not going brushless, it would still apply. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the steering. You know, changing out the steering arms and the bridge. You know, stuff like that. I mean, that's universal. I think you already have the high-speed gear set. So, and then what else? You know, these are $7 a piece. I buy like 4 at a time. They are pretty heavy for. I mean, it feels really solid for what they are. And I haven't had one break yet. Like, they've all came and they've all worked. So, yeah. I mean, if you're building a kit, you know, for as little money as possible, this is a MG-995. I think there's different ones. I mean, few people make the same exact thing. But it's hasn't messed up on me yet. So if you're trying to follow along, the servo is always channel 1, ESC is always channel 2. And the reason I'm doing everything right now is because I want to center the servo so I can put the servo horn on and not have to make any adjustments later. So I don't need to hook up the motor, but I do need to hook up the battery. Okay, I think this battery is still charged, so let's do that. Let's turn that on. Okay, got nervous there for a second. Okay, so that's working. I'm gonna leave it on and then put on the servo horn or servo saver is here somewhere already. Okay, here it is. Gears that came with and installed the 60 smallest one available. Oh, good. The 64 is probably the smallest. So you can go all the way to 29 pinion, I believe. Off the top of my head, that's what I remember. And that gets it to the 5s or the 4s in terms of gear ratio. But when you're gearing it that low, you should watch your motor temps. Definitely have to watch your motor temps. You don't want to overheat, you know, middle of the race. Is this the right one? I think this is the right one. Hold on. Where's the other one? there only one? There can't be only one. There's P4 or D10. Let's look for D10 and see what that one looks like. This one right here. It's definitely not that one, so it's definitely this one. Okay. $27. Yeah, that's good. 27 is good enough. I don't know why this is not going in. You think on TS it would overheat? Well, you never know, but I don't think so, but you just have to be careful. You just have to be aware of it. How about that? You don't have to like change your driving style at all. Just know that you should probably, during practice, you should probably check the temps. And if your next question is, what's high temp? I think 100C would be high temp. I'm just gonna go by the same as PCs, okay? Like a CPU temperature. If it goes up that high, I think you're going to have performance issues. So the answer would be 100C. Let's find this screw. It's in one of these bags. Have more screws. I think it's this one. It does? That's cool. If it does, that's cool. Why is this not fitting? How about this one? There we go. Am I doing this right? I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh no, I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. Okay, now let's put this little ball stud on. Where's the cross wrench? Inside the can. Oh, okay. That's cool. Okay, so that's that. I already did the battery clamps. Let's go ahead and disconnect this. Let's disconnect the servo. Alright, I did this last time. I'll do it again. I'm going to make this into a pigtail so that it's neater, easier to manage than this very long wire. I don't even know this is long enough. Oh. Okay. Oh, that should be okay. Alright, so that's how you do it. Let me just take it a little bit further. So next, let's put this on. Actually, ESC. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters which way. Do we need to drop the wire in there first? Where does the receiver go? Receiver goes this side, so it should be right there. Let's lock this down. I didn't see any washers. Let's see. I still don't see any washers. Ah, here they are. No, those aren't washers. That's the nut. Oh, those. Okay, that one. Just 2 screws. The motor spins, the faster the fan spins. Is that battery one of those? Yeah, it is. It's like the old school kind of round body shape. Lipos that work in the old school Tamiya chassis, like the Brat, I think, the Subaru Brat. It has that rounded battery holder. The TT-01 has a rounded body battery holder. The tray has like little flanges coming out. Oh, we're almost there. Let's go ahead and tape down the ESC. Let's see. Where's the motor? Motor's that direction, so this is perfect. Okay. So not long enough. Oh, perfect. Honestly don't know. I'll lean towards the back. I'll lean towards the motor. This is from my P30. Yeah, it's very well, could be. This one is a Reedy Wolfpack. It's okay. It's not great. It's good for just like a casual. I definitely wouldn't use this for racing. Let's put it that way. But it works. It doesn't puff up. At least it hasn't puffed up yet. The ProTech, however, I've had 2 blow up on me. It's very possible it's my negligence, but you know, happened twice, so it wasn't meant to be. And they're not cheap. Oh, this is for the switch. And the switch is not gonna fit in there. That's a whole other video to talk about the switch. I'm not gonna talk about that right now. I like Reedy batteries. I like team associated stuff. I'm sure it's not like the best of the best, but I know the brand stands behind its products. And I know their customer service are responsive. They're really a bunch of guys who are passionate about RC, and they'll do what they can to help you. That's what I feel when I when I buy something from Team Associated. So if I move this, oh, that's okay. I'll just tape this here. I'll just tape it there. No worries, Toby. Thank you so much for stopping by again. I appreciate you. You have a good evening. We'll see you again next week, hopefully. All right, okay. Here we go. Alright, hopefully that doesn't interfere with anything. I need a small piece of the double-sided tape for the receiver. This is an extremely narrow receiver, which I'm not a big fan of, but okay, let's see. Just take a little bit off. What are you doing for dinner, Dangerous? Is it dinner time yet? It's almost dinner time for me, so I figured either you've already had dinner or you're about to go to dinner. Oh, I'm at 3 hours right now, so let's see if I can finish this in the next half an hour. We should be able to. I think this is pretty much the last step. Yeah, the wheels are next, so I think we're pretty close. Oh no, the turnbuckles. Oh god. That's the one thing I didn't like about this kit. Is the way how the steering links are set up. Okay. So if I didn't forget anything, we can go to the wheels now. Clean up a little bit. You know what? No idea what I'm doing for dinner. I'm getting hungry now that sorry. It's 6:39, right, where you are? It's 2 hours ahead. I think you're in Central Time. This is fun. You know, I have some you know, people who watch every week. That's fun. This is the kind of community that I want to build. You know, something we can hang out, you know, every week. I don't necessarily have to make any videos. I mean, this could have been a tutorial series. But instead I'm just building it live and I'm enjoying myself. These are treaded and they are directional, so make sure the Tamiya logo faces out. Yeah, Tamiya logo is only on one side, so make sure that side is facing out. I don't know if you can see the Tamiya logo, but it's right there. I'm not going to glue these. I'm not going to glue these on stream, at the very least. I don't think I have time. Live like weird sky. Yeah. I don't know what is for dinner for me either. I asked about barbecue, but I only got yes for if we have a gift card. So that's up in the air. No harm, no foul. I think I'll be finished very soon, so still only will be 5. Still plenty of time to get food. Last week, however, I think I started at 3 o'clock last week, 3 o'clock Pacific, and it went to close to 7, and I got really hungry at the end. I was eating Kit Kat. I don't know if you guys remember, just to kind of sustain myself. Get my wheels out wider. So the TTO2, if you look at the parts, the spare parts, there is a set of wheel hexes. There's a set of these that look like they have wheel drums. Those are much wider, and there's 2. Even those have 2 sizes, like a shorter one and a taller one. So if you had like the Porsche, one of the Porsches, you would use the wider one in the back, but those are definitely wider than these. And you can also get offset tires and wheels if you want to get even wider. So if you just want it for looks, like for example, for the TA08, I had the same problem where the wheels were so far under the body that I can hardly, I mean, it just didn't look good. So I looked at the manual. The wheels that came with the NSX body were 26 instead of 24, and they had a 2 millimeter offset. So I was running 4 mil wheel hubs, the hexes. So I went out and got the 6 mil to see if it's going to help. I should probably put it on and see. Yeah, that's the easiest way to, without buying anything else, you can do that. And that is the easiest way. I don't even have the front dampers on yet. What is going on? Was I supposed to put them on? I guess. Let me just look. Did I skip a step? Yeah, it looks like I skipped a step, so let's catch up. Let's do that real quick. If we have this much to go, I might need to take a quick bathroom break. That is a live stream thing. That is allowed. So I might have to do that. Front 26, rear 30. Okay. Some big tires, because I think the racing tires are only 24. For me, there are specified track tires for both tracks that I go to. So even if I wanted to go wider, I can't. Okay, let's see. Alright, after I build these, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. But let's get these done. And I need the shafts. Right in front of me. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, then definitely try out the wheel hexes, the wider ones. I've been on like cruise control building this thing for like the last couple hours. You know, because I'm like just kind of chatting, and I hope I'm not building this wrong and have to go back later. I did that last week, right? I missed that one little piece, the little bearing holder, and I had to take the whole thing apart. Well, a big chunk of it apart. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Until I've gotten some races under my belt. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't want to be like, you know, looked at as a rule breaker the first time around. You want to kind of flow into the group and just meet some people. I mean, that's a big part of it. Just meeting new people is part of the fun. I can't remember which hole it was. I think it's the upper hole, outer hole. And upper hole, okay. Yeah, that's why I kind of didn't feel like going today, because I knew I would have to socialize. That didn't work out well. I would have loved to go there with my camera and ask, you know, the drivers, hey, what class are you racing in today? What car are you driving? You know, stuff like that. I would have loved to do that video. That's an easy video to do, but you know, but I have to socialize, and I really didn't feel like talking to anybody today. And yet I'm talking to you guys, of course. And if you're watching this on the VOD, make sure you turn on the chat replay so you can see who I'm talking to and what we're talking about, and I'm not just sitting here like a crazy person talking to myself. Let's see. I would like to get some actual nice aluminum wheels. Can you glue aluminum? I don't know if I've ever glued aluminum plastic. Yeah, they do look like butt. Do you have to use the dish? Are they dish or are they spokes? I mean, the dish ones, it is what it is. At least everybody's looking ugly. Okay, so VOD, I'm going to do what they call a pro gamer move and go use the bathroom real quick. everybody watching live right now. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I hope you guys can still hear me. I turned everything back on, so let's go ahead and put these wheels on. I think, oh, wheel nuts, okay. Just grab those pins, and let's hope I got the right ones. Dangerous Fat, that you can you hear me? Am my audio back? I think I turned the mics back on. Oh, you were saying, talking about aluminum wheels. I don't. Yeah, if they can, if you can, you can. I don't know if there's an advantage to using aluminum wheels. I mean, if it's just for looks, by all means. I mean, it's your car. Do whatever you want. But for performance reasons, I am not sure. Okay, let's make sure these tires are the same. Okay, they are the same. All right. Some tires are directional, like once every 10 kits may come with directional tires. Okay, cool. I guess I could buy some plastics with a nice pattern and spray them. Yeah. These ones, when I was doing the unboxing video, I said I probably would paint these. Because, I mean, just look. Look at the difference of the colors. There is chrome paint, but I would just paint this like a silver color and it would instantly look better, because this is kind of like a gray, not very bright looking gray. Compared to the wheel nuts, I am probably not going to keep this car for very long, so I'm not going to buy like black wheel nuts or anything like that. The last part is the steering, and it's probably the most annoying part. Super care about performance. Oh, okay. Yeah. I understand that. I mean, sometimes you just want to, you know, do something you like, do something you enjoy, just for yourself. Yeah, if you really enjoy the hobby, it doesn't matter. As long as you're doing it, no matter what you're doing, like where you're doing and who you're doing with. You know, like crawlers, you know, like you can go to a big competition and have a good time. You can go with like 2 or 3 friends nearby and, like, you know, do like a caravan. You can go out by yourself and just cross some rocks. The same with touring car, I think. I gotta turn this up because what the? That's a bad idea. That's why that pin was there. I can't see the pin going in or not, so that's why I wanted to lift it up. I couldn't see if it's recessing into the nut or not. So let's just try to put this in straight. Okay. Color coordinating my building. I won't buy. Really good part of it. Hey, you can do whatever you want. It's your car, your hobby. Whatever makes you happy. That's the only thing that matters. It makes you happy and you enjoy it. If you get so stressed out about it that you don't enjoy it anymore, then yeah, that's not. You don't want it to be a source of stress. So I hear you. You know, I'm not a terribly good driver. I will probably never win in the sportsman or kind of the you know, the regular classes. I may win beginner once I kind of get to my car going, because usually beginners just run whatever. They just run like either a plain TTO2 or a slash or little mini, just like race whatever. I might be able to beat those people, but you know, I don't think I'm going to be super competitive. I'm not a very good driver. I'm not using a car that is, you know, super competitive. It's more competitive than TTO2, but not more competitive than like a Yokomo or Mugen or whatever, you know, people decide to bring that day. As long as you have fun. Alright. Alright, there we go. I might get a little crazy. You might. If you start going after half of a second, then you know you're there. Like, you run the lap at 20 seconds and you spend half a day tweaking the car so you can get an extra half a second, then you are there. Okay, so do Wire management now? I've already done wheel management, but okay. I don't really need to do anything. I guess I don't even know which way the battery's gonna go in yet, so I'm not gonna. Well, I guess I could. Let's see. The battery. Okay, so let's try this way. Does this fit? This padding, this is like the worst design. I really don't like this. So, like this, like that, that works just fine. So, actually, while I have it here, and I didn't turn this off, while I have this here, let's go ahead and test out the motor. Okay. Uh-oh. Something is not working. This is spinning, but the wheels are not. How's that even possible? Well, I'm just going to finish it and then I'll fix it afterwards. I have no idea. Did that build the diff wrong? They put it in the wrong way? Huh. I mean, both are, they're connected. They're both spinning. That is so odd. Okay, well. I'll report in next week, but let me finish it. I will tell you guys what happened next week. But let's continue. Alright, let's build some turnbuckles and get through the home stretch. I believe these are going to be the short ones right here. Let's double check. Yep. I almost want to run the phaser now on purpose. Well, you know, just do whatever you want. From someone who had a phaser, it could, you know, the thing with the phaser is there is not that many things you can do with it at a reasonable price. There are some hop-ups, but they're like, you know, I don't know if it's worth getting. Yeah. But you know, it's your car, your money. Start that. Carbon fiber parts. That would be taking it a little far. If you wanted to go carbon fiber, you might as well have bought just the entire carbon fiber chassis. The one that you see on eBay, everybody's selling. That one is not very good, by the way. I did a review on that. Again, in my opinion, the biggest problem with the TT02 is, one, the slop. The weight isn't as big a problem as, say, the steering, which I think needs a lot of work. other pliers? Oh, they're in the kit. Oh, jeez. It is not even gripping. Weird. I kind of hate being done certain things. Yeah. Hey man, whatever you want to do. I need to do this a different way. And I really don't want to dig through my toolbox to get the proper pliers out, but it looks like I'm gonna have to. Wait. These cheap ones I got like I don't know how many years ago turned out to be the best. Oops. Yeah. 3mm. Ah, geez. Let's see. I have a ruler here somewhere. I really don't want to use the caliper. Don't see the ruler. Oh, it's right. Millimeters. 3. Is that much? I need to keep going. Did I use? Oh, I think I used the wrong. Yep, I used the wrong ones. That's why it's taking so long. I should have been using those. What I am building is something else. I wonder what it is. Huh. That's not it. Huh. I wonder what it is. Anyway, let me just undo this real quick. Yeah, this thing is pretty handy. This one came with a kit. They do sell them. I don't know how good they are. I have another one somewhere. Different kind. This is bad news. I should have been paying attention. I actually had this like MacGyvered onto a drill bit, and it was just fast. It was not very pretty. It was like tape and stuff, but it worked. I was wondering why it took so long to build these. Oops. All right. I think I might just hold these. I can probably just. Okay, there's one. And this one, right? Yeah. Hey, everybody watching the stream right now, besides Dangerous, let me know where you're watching from. Say hi. Tell me if you're enjoying the stream, if you want to see anything else. for an upcoming stream, a particular kit that you'd be interested in seeing built, you know, anything like that, or you want to maybe modify something, or you just have like a general Q&A, I'll try to answer the best I can. If you have any questions about RC, especially the TT-02, that's left, that's right. So let's do this, A6. There's a lot of things I don't know, as a famous Secretary of State once said, we don't know what we don't know. So, in terms of RC, but I do know a few things about the TT-02, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I put the wrong pin back in. I'll do that later. And now I can't find the cross wrench. Oh, here. I wonder how many concurrent viewers I had today. Last week it was 8, and that was probably the highest I've ever had, which is cool. Hopefully I have 8 again at least. Maybe I have 10. I hope this stream kind of catches on, and we can do this every week on Sundays. If you think there would be a better time that I can stream, I always thought maybe morning would be better. Like morning for me would be better. That would be, say, so today I started at 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. So if I were to do it during the morning, I would start either at 7:30 or 8 o'clock. I think 8 o'clock is reasonable. I go for 4 hours. It's noon, you know, something like that. Pacific time. To wherever you are. I am in Southern California. You know, I would love to catch some more viewers in Europe, like Toby, right? He told me where he was from last time. I don't want to. I forgot, so I don't want to guess where he's from. But he did tell me last time, I think. Alright, let's do this. So this one is this one. No, this one is this one right there. So I need a... let's see. Do I want to be toe in or toe out in the front for a touring car? That is a good question. I don't have either on my car. I think it's toe out, but you should probably look that up yourself. Because again, I'm running a because I had to. I'm running a completely neutral setup right now, and that's on purpose, so I can start from there. So yeah, I would try to look that up. I can answer you next time. But if I had to answer 50-50, I would say out. I think it's more stable. You're talking about the front or the rear? Oh, front. You're talking about the front. Yeah. TTO2 upper shock mounts worth upgrading to carbon fiber. I mean, so I think you know my answer to that question. How much will it help? I think geez, I did this wrong. This is the wrong side on both ends. I'm just making things worse for myself. Rear of the TTO2R seem to have, yeah, that has that upright already. I keep shooting myself in the foot trying to finish. This could have been finished by now if I held these things correctly. Okay, let's do it right this time. Okay, so this is this piece, and this is that piece, and this goes here. I think I have a socket for this, but I just don't use it. I appreciate you joining. I think you're the only one who hopped over from Discord, so I appreciate it. Try real hard not to spam the chat, just to promote my stream. That's not something I want to do. How come it feels like there should be a oh, it's this one. It's the front. I was like, there should be a bearing on the bottom too, right? Okay. And this is the same top and bottom. Let me just double check. All right. Let's do this properly. Jeez, I can't torque this down. That's a lot of ouch. That could have ended the stream if I stabbed myself. That would have ended the stream. I am still kind of surprised that the wheels are not spinning. I can't think of anything that I did wrong. It's something to do with the diff, because this is spinning, so we know the spur and the pinion's working. So oh, you know what? This. I figured it out. I forgot to put this gear in. On the other side of this shaft right here, I forgot to put it in. That's why it's not moving. I'll put that in later. boys and girls, don't forget that particular gear, because you will have to take it apart and build it again, just like me. I'm going to try to find this part right here. I've seen it 1,000 times before I needed it. D2. Starting to lose my mind here. I know I've seen it 1,000 times this whole day we've been building this. So this is the D tree. Is it on? Yep, it's on the branch. That's why I couldn't see it. This is not attached to the, the main part of the D tree. That's why there's a piece of tape here. But it's still part of the D tree. I don't know why. But I knew I've seen it. Okay, so we gotta do this first, and this is D5. Probably should have built this right after the BT-01. But the thing is, I didn't like the BT-01, so I wasn't like in a super hurry to build this. But it probably would have been easier because I would have remembered everything. I wouldn't have left this out for sure. So let's grab these. Okay. As more time elapses on the stream, the more crazy the desk gets. And that happens every time. So I believe these are the same on both sides. And it's just MA3 again. There we go. I don't need the servo saver, do I? I have my endpoints, so my servo doesn't overextend. Oh, the servo saver is just to protect the servo from a crash. That's its purpose. So if you don't think that one you know, you don't plan on crashing, or 2, you don't mind replacing the servo, then by all means. So this is this one. Racing down. Why is this one so hard? Is that even hot? Oops. Uh-oh. I think this is like the 3rd time I dropped that bearing. Okay. Alright, I think we're good now with those 2 links. This one I don't think is in all the way because it's not very flexible. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, there it goes. So now we turn it this way now for some reason. Oh no, this way. And then we put the bearing into this. It was an Amazon special servo, so I'm not super worried. But a track wide open. Oh yeah, rope. Yeah, then for sure. Yeah, my local track recently went from wood barriers to PVC, and at least the last 2 times I went, I didn't do any damage to my car, so that's a good thing. Because certainly I crashed. Let's see. So this, and then this, like that. No? How does this go? Oh, okay. Alrighty, like that. And 1 screw. I don't remember building this part on the BT-01. Excuse me. Alright, let's see. So there's that, and my steering is stuck. Oh no, it's not. But this is kind of... I can't get this any lower. Okay. There's some serious design flaws with this kit. Alright, did that. I did this. See, I don't know what's going on. This side barely moves. It's like it wasn't in all the way. Okay. Well, same with this side. That is, maybe it's the ball stud. Can't be the rod ends, they're all the same, right? And then here, let's do the same thing to the rear. And that's why I didn't like this kit. Let's see. It is A6. Amazon special. More turnbuckles. Let's do it. My favorite thing to do. I am being sarcastic instead, if you didn't catch on. Very likely didn't catch on if you're new to my channel. And if you're new to my channel, welcome. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoy what you're watching right now, and that maybe, just maybe, this stream or VOD is helpful to you. I would appreciate you guys hitting that like button while you're here. I should probably ask everybody more often to do that. I should ask people like right up front, right at the beginning. I always forget to do that, and I actually don't like doing that because I don't like other YouTubers asking, like in the beginning of the video, hit that like button. I don't like that when other people do it. I know that it is probably best practice for YouTubers, but you know, I'm not the greatest YouTuber in the world. I don't aspire to be. I would be very happy by the time I retire that it brings me a little bit of income and I can still do this for fun, not for profit. Let's see. So it should be this way. Alright, so how does this one go? Same thing. Did you figure out your dinner plans yet? 7:35 already. Oh, but you're a night owl. You might eat dinner like at 9 o'clock. I know people who eat dinner at 9 o'clock. 9, 10 o'clock. It's like normal. Maybe I was like that once upon a time when I was younger. I don't remember. But nowadays, like 5:30, 6 o'clock. I can even eat at 5. It's just, I guess it's part of getting older. Just like I don't like soda anymore. It's just part of, you know, what happens when you get older. I don't like it at all. I don't like getting older at all. I still feel like a kid inside most of the time. But I mean, I'm building toys here, so you know, you can kind of tell that I am kind of that guy. We are building toy cars together right now. Yeah, so you're talking about servos. So I'm running a $50 servo, which is not very expensive, relatively, compared to the $200 Futaba servos that exist. So relatively, it's an inexpensive servo. Why is this? There's no hole there. What is going on? Oh, it's this way. Duh. I think I am getting tired, and this is starting to not make sense because I completely messed this up. I think that hunger is starting to affect my affect me again. So let's do this right. Okay, so the screw goes into the center hole. That's a whole lot easier. I wonder how many of you watching this noticed that I forgot to put this gear in and you're just screaming at the video. And you are wondering when I will realize it. I realized it I think an hour and a half ago. But I just didn't want to stop and take the car apart. So I just decided to keep going for now. I can correct that another time off the stream. It's not difficult. It's just time consuming and I really don't want to stop. Okay, so that goes here like that. And oh, another video idea is to, I don't know, maybe I can do it if the TTO2 hop-up videos, I mean the hop-up stream, if I do that stream and it's not very long, I can take out this chassis or the BT-01 and convert it to a different layout. So this is mid-motor rear-wheel drive. Maybe I can show you how to convert it to front motor, front-wheel drive. That's something I can do. Okay, let's do that long shaft that I of course cannot find right now. That I need it. Here it is. Did I turn this off? Yes. Alright, so where did those rod ends go? Hopefully it's these ones. Oops. So it's the two long ones, I think. No, there's two. Oh no, that's that one. This has got to be the long one. Yeah, that's the long one. This is for a front wheelbase, I think. Exactly what we were talking about. Did I cut it off already? Okay, well, let's do this one first. This would be nice if I had this attached to a electric screwdriver. Would come in handy right now. And I'm not going to quite measure everything today. I can always go back and do that, but I need to find the other tree. I am missing one rod end. Okay, let's see. Did I cut it out already? No. Alright, let's see what we can do. Probably not much. And it is B6. Where's the B tree? Let's just look for the B tree and see where we are. This is A. Oh, jeez. No, this is B. This is the one I cut it out of. So this is the B. This is what it looks like. So where's the other one of that one? Where's the other one of this one? This is not it. I found it. It's right here. Again, it's getting late in the stream. I think we've been streaming for 4 hours and 13 minutes already. So I am getting a little bit tired and a little bit delirious. So please excuse me. But I would still appreciate a thumbs up. Hitting that like button. I would still appreciate it. Or thumbs down, it's okay. If you think I'm not doing a great job, you can thumbs down. It doesn't bother me. It's the truth. I somehow happen to get it to 84 perfectly. Just by eyeballing it. Okay, let's see. Let's see where we are. Alright. Okay, so looks like we're done. Let's go ahead and put this on. Which is the front? Okay, that's the back. So it's this way. And which is which? This one is this way. So it goes here. How does it go? These two holes. Why do I feel like I did this wrong? No, I did not do it wrong. I was just holding it wrong. Okay, so alright, let's do this first. Let's get the screws in there. I think both kits, the BT-01 and this one, which essentially is the same layout, same kind of car, same chassis, what I'm trying to say. Same chassis, they were both rear wheel drive. So I haven't tried building a front wheel drive yet. And that would be interesting to kind of flip everything over, flip everything around. And I guess I can do it with both cars for a stream, just to convert both cars to the opposite, to front wheel drive or whatnot. I don't know how many people want to watch that, but you know, let me know. Leave a comment if you want to watch something like that. It should be this way. If that interests you at all. If not, you can say no. It's okay. I am here for all the feedback, good or bad. I do have somebody who apparently probably doesn't like me or my videos, I guess, because every single time, whatever video I put out, there's always, I don't get it that many likes. It's usually like 4, 5 likes maybe total, but there's always somebody giving me a thumbs down. I don't have any proof that it's the same person, but I just suspect it's the same person. I don't get a lot of views on my videos. It's not like I'm reaching like a wide audience and I got new people watching every day. That is not the case. So yeah, I just think it's odd. You know, I'm gonna take that time to do that. But hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I would do something different with this because it is interfering with the servo shaft right here. So, but alright, I don't have to worry about this car running away because I forgot that gear. The switch is right here. So, there we go. Alright. Oh, what happened to the throttle? Did I put this in wrong? No, I did not. The wires are connected. Huh. Well, that's another thing I have to diagnose. No worries. I'll do that off the stream. I want to say thank you to everybody that stopped by, especially the 3 people in chat that we had conversation with. I want to thank those guys. I'll scroll back and call them out by name. Let's see. Dangerous Fat, of course. October V stopped by. I didn't realize that was a different person. Toby T, thank you. And Mano Fan Hour. I think that's it. That's everybody. Just 4 people came to say hi. I want to thank them personally for hanging out. All right, everybody. I hope this was interesting. To build the MB-01 chassis with me. So hit that like button, subscribe, and I will announce what I'm going to do in the next week's stream on my Instagram and also in my community post. All right, you guys have a good Sunday.